Hello, 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 hello. So today we will indeed be playing Sword once again. We do bee hunting for Clarion Farfetched. um, Quite good in today's phase. Quite a good amount of number encounters indeed. We are home. Of course, I'm not completely sure how many encounters I can get done today, but as usual, we'll make 600 to be the goal. That takes usually around 3.5 hours. Maybe 4 if unlucky with the spawns, but you gotta do what you gotta do. But yep. I think indeed this week we should be able to, hit the odds. I think so. Of course, like, I'm basing that on that we don't find anything. But of course, if we find something, then it's quite unlikely that we would be hitting odds this week, though. Cool indeed, but yeah, let's just get into it. The usual place to be. I love how that respawned in as well. I did heal up everyone because why not? Why not to do it, Since I was like anyways needing to teleport there anyways. Because I was doing the Dynamax Adventures. Last in this game. So I need to teleport somewhere anyways. At least that would be meaning that today I'm not gonna be running out of moves. This usually takes 2 to 3, depending on how lucky, of course, we would be getting. Depending on that. But yeah. Let's try and indeed get a good amount of dudes today. I wonder if it's gonna be taking 20-ish to be getting the first Farfetch'd. I wonder indeed. I decided also today not just do Farfetch. I wasn't really feeling on doing double hunting today with Limbood. Was not really in the mood for that indeed. But I mean, it's not that bad to do this alone. At least if nothing else, it makes sure that I can get, you know, a very good amount of numbers done. Because I don't remember how long it was, but we did get 1,000 done one day. Just doing this. Let me actually check. Was 5.5 hours? More or less, I think. Oh, yep. It is indeed quite possible, but we shall see. Of course, it's gonna be going on whatever I'm feeling doing. That is indeed the case. What if I all of a sudden just get a feeling of playing another game? Doing some other hunting? Then we shall see about that then. But unlikely. I usually like to hunt the one thing that I'm looking for that day, you know. I like to indeed. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself. Nothing too bad going on at all. Nothing too bad indeed. Did sleep quite well, even though there was some, again, work being done, but still did sleep relatively good. A little bit of a headache that I'm hoping that is just going to be going away soon. But apart from that, like, not too bad of a day. Not too bad at all. I did also start the graduation process yesterday. Or today, technically was past midnight, but still. Did start that. There was like a survey that I needed to like answer, like how did the school feel, stuff like that. The very unfortunate part is, since I have a mouse that has a possibility that I can, you know, go backwards and forwards in pages. Yeah, you know, I have buttons for that. I accidentally pressed going backwards and then I needed to answer everything again, which I think it's not good, you know. Because usually if there is like a survey or whatever thing, usually it's just asking like, do you want to exit the site? Since otherwise you will be like, need to answer everything again, you know? Like I needed to do for a stupid reason. But yeah. It wasn't too bad though. Yeah. That was indeed fun though. And we also did do some cleaning yesterday. We started doing it. We weren't feeling the best yesterday, so we didn't do too much. But you know, still, the start is the start. We did at least get rid of the cardboard boxes. And I did mention last time that we just can't be throwing them away into our trash cans or trash collection area. For the reason being that they are not the correct type of cardboard boxes. As weird as it sounds. It's just like the weird thing with like certain places, they don't want you to be throwing, you know, cardboard boxes there because they have like, I think it's something to do with the printing that's on the boxes. And also because some of them may be containing a little bit of plastic, you know. So like, yeah, it's weird, but I understand it though. It's just frustrating. Thankfully there is free places that you can throw the trash out though, because of course they want you to throw the trash in the correct place and not, you know, into the woods. So like there's free places that you can throw your trash at though. And then they go ahead and recycle it correctly. But yeah. We could have technically thrown it in the free place, but since there was like a lot of like plastic and everything like that in the cardboard boxes, we just decided to drop it off somewhere else and let them handle them because they are needing to go to a little better place. You know, throw the trash out. That will be like already be in the place that they will be sorting it. You know, because they need to go ahead and go there anyway, so you know, might as well go only one trip, throw as much trash away as possible. At least the big box from the chair is gone, and you know, there is quite a bit of room now. It's weird how you throw a big box away that you get a bunch of space. It do be like that. And probably the only unfortunate part always with, like, what is the problem for us with cleaning is that whenever we clean, there is always gonna be an echo. Since, you know, as I said, we don't really throw the cardboard boxes too often away because we just collect a bunch of them and then throw all of them at once. It's just smarter that way. So, like, you know, now there is an echo going on over the place. Not thankfully in here because this room is so filled with everything. But in, I guess, in our dining room that we rarely use. There's a big echo going on there indeed. It do be like that indeed. What do you? This is kind of our, you know, more or less Christmas cleaning. Because why not to do it now? We need to get it done anyways before we can get, you know, the tree in here. So we get a fresh one every year. I don't honestly mind the plastic ones personally. I know that it is a big deal for some people. I do not get a real tree because of the smell, you know, more or less. It's still like the main reason, at least, from what I have heard. Because I completely understand the plastic one. Because first of all, it's a lot cheaper and also you don't need to buy a new one every year. Sure, can it be a pain sometimes? Yes. I remember that I didn't at all like decorate or not decorating the plastic tree, but you know, readying up for the use, you know, get it out of the box. And then like making it look like a tree. Thankfully that didn't last for too many years though. The 3 years? But yeah. I guess the only way for us to really be having it stored anywhere was to indeed put it back to the package. And then of course, you know, since it is in the package, it's gonna be not like looking like a tree. What are you? To be interesting, to be interesting. Honestly, I will say one thing. If we wouldn't be getting the Christmas tree for free from my boyfriend's parents, I would like to say that I would be perfectly fine with, you know, plastic one. As I said, I do understand the appeal of the real one, but at the same time, it can be a hassle. Can be a hassle indeed. It's always fun to clean it afterwards, because definitely the vacuum cleaner doesn't like get clogged up. Just all the things it has dropped. No, never. Have it never happened like every year. Oh yeah. The funny Pokemon indeed in here are a thing. Oh god, I have the feeling. The nice feeling of there is something in your eye, but there is nothing in your eye, but it's the infinite loop. It's another stop. No, you just keep going into the same spots, I see. Minchino and Stuffle. They're probably again in the Pokemon recommendation thing, right? I don't think that they should be changing. I haven't changed anything. Yeah, they are. I would like to see that, as I said, it probably will be requiring a restarting the game up. It would be making sense at least. It would. But hey, I don't mind. I don't mind at all. But imagine if there would be... Imagine if there would be a way for unregister something in your Pokédex. I know it doesn't make too much sense, but then again, why not? That's my question. Like, why couldn't it be a possibility? Oh, first boosted one, cool. But yeah, why couldn't it be, possible? Oh, chew, Farfetch, chi. Honestly, I think at this time I would just be waiting until this turns out to be something else, and then I start doing the going between the two places to get faster spawns. It's not like it's gonna be lasting too long. I still think that my longest chain is age from like a KOing thing, which is very cool indeed. I wonder if same kind of a thing will be added to a game in the future though. And you have the KOing thing. Because there was the Let's Go's catch combo thing. Then it turned into this game's like KOing thing or a number battles, but I like to call it a KO one because it is more likely that you're gonna be KOing it on... Because like it's quite unlikely that people would be willing to... capture them. So I'm still pretty sure that, that is another way to increase it, but yeah, it's a cool feature. Is it really too necessary? Not... No, not really. It's still a nice thing though. Because it makes like rare Pokemons to be a little bit easier to be founding. Not by too much, but by a little bit. By a little bit indeed. Oh, I'm gonna hit you. I'll be running away from you. Yeah, it's interesting since like nowadays there is like bunch of games that you know are either already like before they are released being data mined to get all the information out on, which I think it's a okay thing to do, like data mining, but I just don't like when it's done before the game is out personally, because like I would like to have a little element of surprise when I get into a new game. Of course, it's the easy thing that if you are planning on playing it through a game, then don't look into things. But I don't mind it like overall as a thing. I just don't like it when it's done, too early. And that also leads to me why I absolutely hate every single time that there is something going on, like a DLC coming to a game, and then a bunch of people are, of course, speculating on things. I don't mind speculating on its own, it's fine by me, completely understandable. You're excited about new content, But I just hate when people are like taking it too far. Making clickbait things. Making things seem like they are more likely that they are not, But do be what it do be, I guess. But then again, that is always gonna be a thing though. But I think I still hate even more the things that when people are making the same content again and again. Like more on those like fun fact kind of ones though than anything else. Like they're repeating the same facts over and over again. It just feels a little cheap, and I will say that after a certain amount of time, it's not gonna really be working. Because I have honestly stopped watching few channels because of that. They just keep repeating the same things. And it's just like, yeah. It was cool when there was new content in here. I understand that maybe this game doesn't get new content anymore, but then again, you could still be... you could always do something else. That's the problem of sometimes with people that are like doing videos on only like one game and then there is not really too many things to do. And maybe, you know, all the facts, they have already been said. So there is no new facts to be said anymore. But then again, I know that it's a hard thing to do, but you know, trying new things would be good sometimes. And it's just very unfortunate that, you know, there is sometimes when people are only making like content about one game. And when you know the game doesn't interest them anymore, and then they try to make like new content, they don't get anything out of it. Which is, you know, fair enough. It is fair enough, I understand it. Because there is games that you can of course make more content out on, or things in general, than others. Some games are gonna be consistently updated, or at least like, you know, every few years or something like that. And then there is the games that, you know, even though they don't get updates ever, in quotes, they still like a lot of content and different ways to play the game. But it do be what it do be. And this is the reason why I try to do every once in a while if I find something interesting to play that on stream as well, you know. Because then, I mean, of course, it's just a thing that I know there's gonna be someday in the future that I'm not interested in Pokemon anymore. It's, you know, good to be doing other things as well. It is going to be always the thing though, especially for me, that if I do a certain thing like too long time or too much at once, I'm just getting bored. Because in most cases my problem really is that, you know, even though I might be doing different things, it's still feeling like I'm doing the same thing. You know? It still doesn't like feel that much like that would be too much interesting or too interesting to me. actually. Um. Funny thing happened yesterday though. I've been complaining that my keyboard was absolute trash. So I got a new one. It was on, Black Friday sale that, funnily enough, started on last Wednesday. Yeah, it has been going on for quite some time. Or was it Thursday? But anyways. It was like, usually it's like in here it's always like they are trying to make it a week anyways. But in that story, indeed it started like last week already. So I got a pretty good deal. Was a €90 keyboard that was €50 off. Like I paid €90 of it. So like, yeah, a good deal. Pretty high end, and it's the kind of keyboard that if you would like to, you can switch like anything pretty much, which is nice because that just honestly means that it's gonna be lasting longer. Since if a key breaks down or something like that, you can just buy a new one. Which is very good because it was like originally like €140, more or less. So like, huge. The only problem that I'm having right now is that I think it's like the keys themselves. They're a slightly bit smaller than like I'm used to. Because that keyboard was old. That I did have before. But the main thing that I have issues with right now is that the button presses, they like form like what I'm used to at least. Like the buttons, they are like counting as they are being pressed too soon, But probably the coolest thing ever is that there's cool lights that I can do. It's very cool lights. And the other thing was also that like we were thinking of like actually buying the keyboard a little bit later, but since we did decide yesterday to go to the store anyways, test it out or test the keyboards out in general. And there was literally only one left there. So yeah, it was a good thing that we did go there that day, because otherwise it would be like we would need to either go to another store like very far away, or we would have needed to like buy it and wait until it's in the store. And like right now, probably because like I was buying the last one, it's 3 to 4 weeks that I would need to be waiting. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to do that. It was indeed starting to be the case that it was so frustrating that my enter key, like it did get stuck all the time. What's the problem key? But yeah. Of course, always when you get new stuff, you have some time that you need to get used to it, though. It's not like I don't know which. It's just, you know, one of those things, since, you know, it's quite expensive. It's very nice that I have the very good feeling that I'm regretting it. You know, buying it. Even though I know that, like, I needed it because it was indeed broken. It was like probably at some point there would be another key be breaking down anyways. And also, it's old, so not the best ever. Not best ever at all. But hey, doobie, what it doobie? What it doobie though? Yep. The good thing is also because there was quite good amount of like unnecessary things in the last keyboard. Then, you know, it's not that much smaller, but it is smaller. It's not like I have an issue that I don't have space, but it's still nicer though to be having that to be a thing. And the nice thing is as well that I can still be controlling my volume levels. Of course, it's not like a mandatory thing that I can do it just by pressing buttons, but it's just a very nice thing that I can do, which I can like adjust my volumes just by using the scroll wheel on the keyboard, which is very nice indeed. So, you know, I can do it pretty much whenever. There's a lot of things that were like behind the function key on the last keyboard that like I never used. I guess of course like there is the usual like skip forward, pause buttons to control like music, and I don't really listen music that much, so that's not the most useful thing for me personally, but pausing is nice. I don't really just use the going backwards or forwards buttons. But yeah, doobie what it doobie. The only thing that I don't really like about this keyboard though, that is very weird to me, is that, you know, there is a thing called scroll lock in your keyboard. At least on mine. There is no such thing as a light indicator that it's on or off. It's not like I'm gonna be using it, but you know that when there is a cat that wants to be on top of your keyboard, it might be accidentally being put on. So yeah, I would wish that there would be a way to be seeing is it on or not. As I said, I don't personally use it for anything, but at the same time it would be like just good to know is it on or not. But yeah, it do be what it do. Also, one nice thing about this keyboard is that it's easier to clean. It does also mean that we need to be buying a certain tool to be like actually be able to you know, take the keys out from the middle of the keyboard, but it's so expensive, like if you can find one in like for €1. Like it's not that bad at all. And they do come out, like, I tested it out, they do come out quite easily. Which is very nice. Of course, like, these ones are, like, made for you to actually take it apart and... You know, you can customize them and that's completely fine. Which is also a very nice thing that I like about today's keyboards, is that you can do that. Especially thinking that it is quite a popular thing nowadays to be making a custom keyboard. Either by, you know, just buying a bunch of different ones and mismatching them like that, or then like actually be like drawing on, you know, the different keys. There are keycaps. When you know. A quite popular thing that is going on nowadays. Which is nice. Of course, it's the thing that if you want lights on your keyboard and you're making like yourself a custom one, can be a little bit harder to do, you know. But then again, if you don't care about it, then it's easier, you know. Honestly, I think my only problem with like the lights on my keyboard is that I think right now they're a little too bright. They're not like too bright as like too bright in colors. Like I would like to get like darker colors, but it is indeed quite, you know, quite bright light that they have going on there. Yeah, apart from that, like, I think most of the things are just fixed by, you know, getting used to each. You know, the usual. Getting used to things, it's gonna be making it easier to use it. But yep. I wouldn't be like... It wouldn't be that like big of a deal to me if I can be having like, you know, changing lights to my keyboard. I have it to be honestly quite a subtle one. A nice purple going on, and then like random keys are gonna be, you know, lighting up every once in a while. And whenever I type, the button I press there or key I press there is gonna be lighting up differently, but still. The only thing that I honestly wanted from the keyboard, and like if I wouldn't have been able to get one with lights that I liked, it would have been that I wanted some kind of a backlight to the keys. Not that I can't see the keys, but I'm so used to like having some sort of a color there. It, you know, just makes it for myself easier to see the keys. I mean, sure, I guess the last keyboards that I have really used, they were a white one that like did have absolutely huge buttons. these whatever my things. And you know, they have like black letters, so like easy to see. And then another one that did have indeed a backlight. But you know, since there was a backlight, if the lights were off, it was very hard to see the letters, even though I know where letters are, you know. But yeah, I like the little lights. Of course, they would be looking better if you're using the computer in the dark, but then again, if you use computer in the dark, it's not good for your eyes. I don't know, they look cool. They look quite cool indeed. But yeah. It will be what it do be. One thing that I understand like why it's a thing, but at the same time I don't understand why it's a thing, is that there is 3 different modes of lights that I can adjust to the keyboard. It's not like it changes anything other than that, you know, it just changes the lights. I understand like if you want to change things up, but at the same time, why? Like, what is the need for each? I mean, I guess if you would be having like a thing that, you know, like if you will be playing like, you know, in a darker room, then you might be wanting to get like light setting for that, but then again, if the brightness is the issue, there's a brightness setting or brightness like key. But hey, it's still their own. Their own. Because I understand that like my mouse has the same kind of ding, but the thing that it has better is that it has a possibility to be like, you know, changing how fast it is and stuff like that. You know? Like you can change that in that, so like that in that it makes sense in my opinion, because you can actually change something. But I haven't fully explored it, but I'm pretty sure with the keyboard I can't really change like certain like things that would be making sense that I can change between like view profiles. I guess if this keyboard would be used by more than one person, then you know, maybe all of them would be liking to have their different lights. But apart from that, I don't really know. It's interesting though, and it's very nice that there is indeed an option as well. Even though, as I said, I probably will not be using it too much myself, but it's, you know, still pretty cool. Still pretty nice. Speaking of the Pokemon wanting to be camping, I still would wish that there would be more things to do while you're either camping or having a picnic. Like, even if it would be like something very unnecessary, it would be quite cool. Like, the thing is, of course, you don't really get anything from each in the yield camp thing. You don't. But I don't know, maybe like if it's a nighttime, you could be having a chance to be... I don't know. Maybe you could be like setting up a campfire and keep it, going. I mean, it's not like you don't do it anyways when you're making curry, so like... It could be a thing, Or like some, like, as I said, these are probably unnecessary, but maybe like some sort of mini game for like either trying to warm more cool Pokemon off. And I will say one thing that I would kind of wish that, even though I prefer the play thing in this game over Scarlet and Violet's, maybe it still could be better, like... I just hate the fixed camera angle. I understand why they did do it, but I still hate it. There could be something, special done for that, I didn't even think that I was that close to you, but thanks. I will say one thing that is like very interesting to me, since there is, certain things that are always like, not always, but most of the time they are used as like, a shortened of the actual name. It's very nice that, when you are googling something, you can just, throw the small word there and it would be absolutely understanding what you want. It is indeed quite nice like that. Then you don't need to be, typing the very long word for something. You can just type the Also very used one. Oh, Wobble Fetch. Will it be the random one? Yeah, it's an indicator. That's still a cry, definitely. It is definitely a cry. One of the funny Pokemons that have very gimmicky evolution. Before it became like too popular, you know? Too popular indeed. Anyways, yeah. I think the next time that I will be continuing this on this week will be on indeed on Thursday. Because since tomorrow is Tuesday that I will be doing the Alhagudra hunt indeed. Maybe then I will be able to hit the odds. It is indeed quite likely. As I said, I'm waiting on the hatch. I hope that it doesn't go almost double the odds. I hope indeed. I mean, it wasn't really almost double the odds, it was still 1,000 away the first phase, but you know, still. Always be hoping that, you know, you don't go too much over odds. Even though I don't, as I said, I don't mind long phases. As I said, for me they feel rewarding, and you know, it's not like I don't have a chime anyways. There's so much time to spare anyway, so like, it's not that bad if it takes, you know, a while longer. It's not. Not at all. Also, I think in the next half an hour I should be getting it to be sunset chime. So I did again go a few hours earlier today. So I'll be able to hunt during the night chime. It should be possible. I don't know why it comes to my mind, but isn't Dusk from Rock, like from Rockruff, very much of annoyance to get in this game? Because I know the way that I did get mine was from a den, and I'm pretty sure it was straight away the Dusk form like in Rock. This is a little bit of a pain. I mean, Duskform like usually is anyways. Thankfully, it's quite easy to switch the settings in Switch though. Because I will say, even though it's not hard to do on like, you know, 3DS, 2DS, whatever things, I still will say that it's not the easiest. And for my reasoning for that is that you know, you need to close up everything and then go to the settings. That's my reasoning. I still absolutely love that it's called own tempo Rockruff. You know, it's not the hidden ability, even though a bunch of people still think of it. Oh. And there's so many people to be thinking of it, but it's not the case indeed. This is really interesting indeed. We do be like that. I understand that it was frustrating to be getting it in, you know, in the original games that was introduced, aka in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, because it wasn't in the regular games. Regular games you were only able to get either midday or midnight, depending on your game. Of course, as usual, you can just, you know, trade. Yeah, it is unobtainable in Sun and Moon, the own tempo. It's of course only in the event or pre for the Ultra games. It's definitely, you know, it's definitely right now the only way to legitimately get an own tempo Rockruff on the funny games. It's in the by pre the event one, or like, of course, like get a gift for your like your friend. I don't know, is it for long because they are indeed, you know, kind of getting rid of them. Which is understandable, but it is unfortunate. Even though I personally will not be using it probably at all, but still, like, you know, a little bit unfortunate in that way. Is it actually available there as like a randoming? Just the Wanderer. Because I always remember Rockruff in this game to be a Wanderer. I like very rarely see it in other places. Oh. I mean, I guess it makes sense because it seems to be that it in random grass. Yeah, you don't really see them if you don't encounter them. You can only get indeed a midday one, the midnight one. You can't get the... You can't even get as the Wanderer the dude, the Dusk form. Oh, there. Okay, yeah, it's available there. Interesting, very interesting. It's only in challenge round in the max raid battles. Be finding the own tempo one. And I'm pretty sure it's only one then that it's available in as well. Sure that there's the same thing. The same thing as the Dusk form there. It's understandable, you know, make rare Pokemon to be a rare thing, but I like the. Oh. That's interesting. I like that, you know, you can get the own tempo one. Indeed, it's just not. It wasn't like the case that they can be sometimes that certain forms they are only available in like one area, and that's it. But interestingly enough, it seems like almost everywhere in Paldea you can find also the own tempo one. I only knew that the Psychic Terra type one, that it was always guaranteed to be, you know, an own tempo one. But then again, why not to make it like easier? I mean, it is the thing that you can also find like Dusk form like in Rock in the wild or like few minutes. So like it's understandable in that. Just wonder how rare it would be. The own tempo one. Since at least some places to be saying that it's possibility. Of course the Terror Raid pedals is only the normal one, but... And funnily enough, it seems like that in the Teal Mask it's only available in the standard form, which I find very interesting. That since everywhere in Paldea it seems like, or almost everywhere in Paldea it seems like you can find both. But then Kitakami is different, I guess, in that. During an evening, if it's ability zone himbo. It's interesting that it says in the evening. It makes sense, of course, but the way that I have always seen it is that it needs to be dusk. I mean, it is correct, of course. It's well, let's just saying that it's in the evening. It's like, you know, a little bit more like specific, I guess. Would be the way that I am trying to say things. But yeah, I would like to say that maybe it should always be said that it's during the dusk time specifically, and then I know that it has differed from game to game, but since it is saying in the evening, I feel that it's not too up to date with older games, of course. So it could be that, you know, the time needs to be between this and this in the game. And specifically say in the game, because if you're indeed playing the Ultra Moon or Moon, it'll be, you know, 12 hours ahead or 12 hours behind, depending on how you see it. like it's the same thing anyways. The 12-hour difference. So you know, it could be just saying that. I think it should be saying both. Because now, like, maybe newer players are trying to get it in, like, older games, you know, they might not be knowing how to get it. Because the unfortunate thing is that I'm pretty sure you can evolve the own tempo one into the other two as well. So like it is quite unfortunate if that's the case. I'm not completely sure, but I mean I would kind of see it to be a thing though. I would kind of see it to be a thing. Yeah, I don't know. I think they could be doing it for like a few more Pokemons, like what they did do with Own Tempo or Rockruff, that you know only the Own Tempo would be able to evolve into a special form. Just need to be like a different thing. I don't think that it necessarily needs to be having anything to do with the and like specific time of day though. Because of course, like I understand it was a big thing in Alola that you know time is important in that game or in those games. I understand it, but I don't think that if it would be returning to another Pokemon, that it would be like super necessary to be having it like that, you know? I think it could be, you know, without it. Other thing like that. I mean, I guess they kind of did do it with. I like to always bring out Toxel, since it evolves into two different forms, and the form that it is evolving into depends on the nature. I guess this, you know, similar. But they could be just doing with an ability instead. Of course, the gender thing has been a thing for quite a while. Nothing wrong with it, but you know. If it could be like, if the ability is this, it evolves into this. If the ability is another one, it evolves into another one. I don't think that it necessarily needs a third one with the hidden ability. It could be cool. Or it could be a thing, even though it's easy to do nowadays since there is a way to be switching abilities. I think it would be quite cool to be able to get like only for the hidden ability one, like a special one as well. Or it could be like somehow made it that for whatever reason for that Pokemon, like you couldn't be using an item indeed to be getting the hidden ability. It could be just like the Pokemon doesn't like it. Also, it doesn't make that much sense that you can do it anyways, but Pokemon games, they always make so much sense anyways, right? They make so much sense indeed. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It could be cool. Of course, will it be like, as I said, it doesn't really need to be anything like it's a completely different Pokemon. It could just be like a form difference, you know? I think that would be just fine as well. Of course, it could be just like, depending on the ability, would be evolving into a completely different Pokemon, but I doubt that. I doubt that. They like to do a bunch of forms. Nothing wrong with them, of course, but it just makes it more unlikely to be getting a thing, though. Anyways, Pokemons? Yeah. It's always interesting to see, like, of course, like, most of the evolutions are gonna be level-based ones. There's of course the few that evolve with an evolutionary stone, but definitely the major of the new Pokemons, they are going to be level ups. Speaking of level ups, I wonder if they would be ever making a Pokemon that could only evolve if you use a rare candy on it. Like, it would literally be the only way to evolve it. Because, you know, usually in the websites where you know, if you want to double check on like how does a Pokemon evolve, they usually show a rare candy icon. They usually do indeed, so what if there would be a Pokemon that could only evolve if it is like high enough in levels and also... Oh, nice. But it also is required to be using specifically a rare candy on it, or like any of the EXP candies. But it would need to level up from those candies. So, you know, you just couldn't be tossing a candy on it and it would be evolving. It would be needing to be a Pokemon leveling up with the rare candy. Imagine if they would be making it be a thing that you can't be evolving Pokemon with candies. Like, you can get levels, fine, but you can't actually evolve it if you're just using candies. I mean, of course, the solution for, like, not getting that would be quite simple, though. Let's just use, like, rare candies. Or not rare candies, EXP candies. Until it's, like, soon to be, like, leveling up, and then, you know, doing it like that. In, like, a regular old battle. There's honestly two, like, mechanics in, like, the like, new generation, like, starter games, okay, new regions, that have, like, features that I'm surprised that we didn't get an evolution to be happening with that method or feature. Is one in this game to be doing with, you know, the aura Pokemon. It could be explained that with the powers of the Watts it was able to evolve. Probably would be needing to be an electric type to it making the most amount of sense, but could have been. Would have also again been an annoyance, yes, but there has been annoying evolutions anyways lately. So is it too far-fetched? I don't think so. I don't think so. How it is. And the other thing is auto battles as well. But then again, since would be a little bit harder, I would like to say, to do, because since, like, no one evolves when they are auto battling, so, like, how to make a check that does the Pokemon be able to evolve when it's auto battling, you know? Indeed, a little bit harder one to make, but could have been still. Could have been there still. It doesn't completely, you know, say no to it. Oh, that a boosted one? Cool. I don't think that they added in Scarlet and Violet a method that, like, shiny hunting method, that would be, like, easy enough to understand, but, you know, you're still most likely gonna be using it wrong before it was discovered that it works this way. aka ones that seem easier than they actually are. Because I will say that it's both, like, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee and Sword and Shield did have that. And it is indeed interesting that they both are quite the same to execute as well. Because there is indeed a capturing thing in Let's Go that was discovered that you need to actually be capturing, or like you keep capturing, because then only the chance will be increasing. Because only the next Pokemon will be getting it. Same one was with the Use Pokemon, as I like to say, aka the ones that have the aura around them. Because it was thought that like if you do the KOing method, it would overall like increase the Pokemon's chance, but no, it was only with the aura ones. I would like to say that maybe people thought that it would be like closer to how Dex Nav works, like how like more Pokemons you have seen, the more likely they are gonna be shiny, you know. That could be. But then again, it's interesting because people, they have thought that, you know, Dex Nav is not easy at all. Very complicated. It could be just me because I like, of course, like now I know the knowledge that we have now of each. And maybe I watched like something like for me explained it very well. So like I understand how it works. You know? Because there is things in life that you just don't get it before it's like explained to you in very specific ways, you know. And there, you know, just are those kinds of things. And there is always the kinds of things as well that, like, you completely understand how it works, but then someone, like, explains it to you, like, weirdly, and you're starting to question yourself for that. I've had those situations myself. That, like, I understand the thing completely, but then someone is trying to explain it to me, and the way that they explain it to me just doesn't make any sense. Because I would notice it because in this school that, like, I'm going in right now, I did study basically the same thing before. That, you know, since I already knew about things, that the way that the teachers teach about certain things was very weird. And like, I didn't understand like what is going on and such. But hey, it is like that. Sometimes you understand it better than others. Nothing wrong with that, of course. Do be what it do be. Oh, another boosted one. Sunset time. I will say one thing that I'm happy about in Pokemon games is that since they started to use like day and night cycle, they have almost always be using it. They haven't like switched into only stuck at one time, you know? Because I like that. There's few situations where the time doesn't change, or at least, you know, it doesn't seem to change because it's the same thing all the time, you know? Yeah, I would like to say that I like that thing. It's indeed not like very few games they are like stuck by certain time of day, usually like daytime. But I'm very glad that they have indeed decided to be going like that. They will be mostly staying the same. As I think one of the only games that doesn't have like scenery switching between the day and night time is the Generation 3 games. And I'm thinking like more only in the main series ones. And the only other one that I can think of is Let's Go. Those are like then the next ones that come to my mind wouldn't be having like concept of day and night cycle. Which is, you know, for Let's Go I also like kind of understand each as well. I get it. Because, you know, in the original Kanto games, actually in none of the Kanto games there hasn't been any kind of indication of day and night. Of course, in the first generation it wasn't the thing. And you know, since Fire Red and Leaf Green are one of the only games that you actually don't have any kind of day and night thing, not even like it's, you know, on the background things. But at least in the Hoenn games for Generation 3, you can, you know, set up the time. So they need, you know, you can do like time-based evolutions. Even though it wasn't really used that much before Generation 4, but you know, you still could. It's indeed quite interesting that only those games be having it in Generation 3, because like the only way to be getting a shiny Umbreon or Espeon in Generation 3 would be either doing X in Ruby Sapphire Emerald or do the reset thing on Firelight and Leaf Green and then transfer it into the Hoenn games. Because there is no such way to be finding an EV in the Generation 3 Hoenn games. Interesting choice, I will say. Very interesting of a choice. It makes it like one of the only games that you can catch an EV on normally. It also probably makes it the reason why in Colosseum you start with Umbreon and Espeon, because you know it would be easy way to be getting each. Want to indeed complete a Pokédex. I like that it said that in the Gen 1 games it's received from a person in Celadon Mansion. It actually. It has different names. Cool. And that, like, the name made no sense to me, but I guess it's called that in there. And I will say that you technically don't receive it from the person. It's... I'm pretty sure that you know it's just on the table there last time that I checked. Yeah. They did want in Generation 3, the spin-off games, they really wanted GEV to be a big thing. But understandable, because as I said, it was one of the only ways to be getting Embryon, my favorite evolution. Espeon or Umbreon in Gen 3 games. Because Eevee was just such a pain to be getting. Yeah. I think the only other way... or the only other game that is right now Eevee's trade exclusive is Black and White, which makes sense because they didn't really have too many Pokemons that are in every single game, you know. Before that. Yeah, since you know in the original since in the original Hoenn games there was no Eevee in that game, they made it X-Nav. Which of course makes sense, because why wouldn't they be doing that? You know, just interesting like that though, to think about. It's also interesting that there was like a time that Eevee was mostly from eggs. And there was a time there was a lot of games. Like you could be getting them from eggs, but also like you could be getting in the route before. And as I said, I absolutely love that Eevee. It's just not anymore a Pokemon that you can get one of in the game. I like it indeed. Also, I'm pretty sure that I have spotted a mistake. in Pulvopedia, because it says that in Legends Arceus, Eevee is only available in space-time distortions in Alabaster Islands, but it can be appearing in mass outbreaks, so pretty sure that that would be a mistake. Is it too much of a difference? Absolutely not, but still. Of course, even though Eevee is indeed relatively okay to find nowadays, it's still rare. Like, the only ways to be getting like a ridiculous amount of EVs would be from Scarlet and Violet mass outbreaks or outbreaks. Or yeah, the mass outbreaks in Legends Arceus. See, in Legends Arceus, even though there is like, I would like to say few guaranteed spots where EVs are, even though they are definitely not guaranteed, they are very rare. They're still there, you know. I'm just wondering, since you know EV is a big thing of evolutions, it like kind of is its whole thing. I wonder if the first Pokemon to be ever evolving would be an Eevee, since it has so many different ways. It's not like we haven't get a, it's not like we haven't gotten a confirmation that we can have like friendship evolutions outside of Pokemon trainers, you know. Because of course for the longest time it was like thought that the friendship evolutions, they can only happen if there is, you know, friendship with the trainer, but then, you know, there was certain things that did confirm that it can happen more or less naturally, with just, you know, maybe they just have a good friend that they like to hang out with, and that's the way that they will be getting the friendship evolution. It is nice, but also it makes completely sense. Why couldn't it be happening? Like, why couldn't it just be, you know, something close by of a thing? Another thing is that have the evolutionary stones, have they also been like always in the Pokemon world? Because I'm thinking that could Eevee be the first one to evolve. Because if like the evolutionary stones, they have been there forever, then it's quite a big possibility, of course. Hello there, how are you doing? I'm doing quite fine today. Quite fine indeed. What are you up to today? Okay. What do you mean that I have gone 2 times over odds? And where? I've gone 2 times over odds before. I have KO'd all the ones necessary. I don't do it for the KOs though. I do it more for the next one has more likely to be a far-fetched again. I do it for that reason more. I have killed like the max amount that the game shows you. Yeah. But it weirdly indeed makes them more likely to be there, which is interesting. What do they... It's their fault to be making a cool Pokemon to be a very rare encounter in every single area that it's available in. Which is true. It's available in 2 different areas. Imagine if it would be working, not for your game, but for other games, that if you are indeed breeding and then you release them in the wild, you know, the other players would be seeing just an absurd amount of the Pokemon that you have released. Because technically, it would be making sense. You know, releasing them to the wild. Is it specifically said? No, but like, I'm assuming so. That's 3k, nice. 300 encounters today, let's go. in 2 hours. This is so fast. uh, yeah. The authentic Sinisty is the one that is used for most. But of course it's, in my opinion, it's good to be using for any Pokemon that is relatively rare. Because it does give you a better chance to encounter it afterwards. But yeah. It do be like that though. A nice feature. It's interesting that how many people actually did do the Sinisty hunt after that was discovered. I mean, people do be doing shiny hunts for Pokemons that are rare anyways. I'm doing a shiny hunt for authentic Sinistry myself. It's like one of those nice, like long time hunts. Yeah, but then again, if you haven't heard, there was a certain someone called Reversal that was hunting for 1% Feebas for years. And it's just with Sinist, it's another 1% hunt, if you ask me. Surely it is. Like, I guess someone more special because it has a stamp, but to each their own with their hunts. But my problem, honestly, or my problem in codes with the Sinisty hunt is that I just like hunting in Glimwood. I don't know what it is about that place, but I just absolutely love the whole area. It just speaks to me. It could be because it's one of the only forest areas of this game. Yeah, I get your point. But then again, people do be doing things that take a long time because they just want a long-term project from themselves or for themselves. And it is the case with quite a good amount of things anyways. Speaking of Sinisty, there's always like one rare hunt that it seems like everyone has done each. And it's in Generation 3 for the Hoenn games, and it's rolls. It's understandable, but at the same time, I know it's a rare Pokemon there, but since so many people have hunted it, it just doesn't feel that rare to me anymore. Because I understand it's a cool Pokemon and, you know, cool evolutions and everything, but so many people have done it. Like, it is like in almost every single TTQ that I have seen is rolls. As I said, I completely understand, but at the same time, yeah. Even though I know nowadays getting a shiny authentic Sinisty is a lot easier with Scarlet and Violet and not the outbreaks. Like regular one that you can find yourself. Like you can use it yourself one. But yeah, it do be what it do be. People sometimes just want to hunt for something that is a lot rarer just to hunt it. Even if there would be an easier way to do it, they want to do it the harder way. Because I will say that most of the time easier way to do hunts would be Masuda method. Just because, you know, it's so good odds. And you get a decent amount of encounters in an hour if it's not something that takes a ridiculously long time to hatch. But then again, I completely understand if you don't want to do Masuda too much. It's not my thing either. There's of course certain Pokemon that you have to do it for, but apart from that, I don't really care that much. There could be the case that if I want to, I could technically do the Farfetch'd hunt, the second one. I could do it with eggs. Because two places that it can be found, it's 5% on each. Yeah. I know the feeling when you go over roads with Masuda. I don't know why, but it always seems like if you go over roads with Masuda hunt, it just feels worse. It could be because, like, even though it's relatively fast, it's still slower than doing, like, actual encounters. And also, the thing is that your brain thinks that since it is better odds, you should be taking, like, getting it easier. So you are more frustrated when it takes a long time. I think my longest Masuda hunt was probably almost, or at least somewhere like around going to double odds. That was probably my longest Masuda hunt. I just don't remember, was it for with the file that I had the shiny charm or a notch. That's the thing. Guess I don't remember that. But yeah. Do be what it do be, you know. Odds are, at the end of the day, it's just a number. They don't mean anything. What do you mean? People go like in quotes all the time to like 20k with their hunts. Of course, in those cases you usually are hunting on multiple different systems, so you know it's easier to hit that. But still. I don't know why, but for me, Farfetch'd is the most fitting Pokemon for Thanksgiving. Even though I don't celebrate it, but it could be because, like, even though there's a lot of bird Pokemons, we don't really have, like, a turkey Pokemon, though. Do we? I don't think so. And Farfetch has, you know, the leak that it carries anyways. Also, I misspelled leak again. Nice. Lovely. I mean, it's a duck. But so is Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd is also a duck. I think that the Quackawall is like the final evolution of the water starter on Gen 9. That is more like trying to be a peacock with its like colorful tail thing. That is very glitchy, by the way. It's honestly interesting that we haven't got anything like that. Like a bird Pokemon that would be based on a turkey. Because you would... I don't know, could they be really doing anything special? I mean, yeah, of course, they can just... you know, have interesting colors and that's basically a Pokemon. Let's have an animal with crazy colors, basically a Pokemon. And they could be doing like, yeah. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. And we have a ridiculous amount of dark Pokemons. Yeah, Pokédex entries, they are indeed wild. They are still wild, but I would like to say that they were, in my opinion, wilder like back in the day. They have mostly calmed down. Like, there isn't that many interesting ones. There still is, but I think there were more interesting ones indeed back in the day. But then again, because they have already said that, why say it again, even though they sometimes do be doing that though. But you know, why repeat the same entry too many times though? I mean, at least I guess one of the Pokédex entries for Primeape did come to true. Or was it Mankey? I don't remember. One of the other two said Pokédex entries was that it is so angry that it dies. So now it has a ghost evolution that is indeed like that. I mean, I get where you're coming from. If you mean that you would wish that the body would be also yellow, then yeah, I completely agree with you. It's a strange choice, honestly, that they didn't make the body to be yellow. Especially considering that there is no such thing as Hisuian Gumi. If there would be like a different looking Gumi with different shiny, then it would be more understandable. It's just weird that it turns from the yellow body to purple. I wonder what made that change to be a thing anyways. I wonder indeed. Because I like the shell color that Hisuian Gudra has. It goes very well with steel typing. Even though it's technically not steel anymore, it's more of a copper, but you know, still. It is quite a nice one. I also like that you're also saying that the original one is the normal one, because I tend to say that because, you know, for me it is the regular one, and because in most of the places it's, you know, that yeah. Dragapult could have been getting a Gigantamax form, but I think it has like on its own like special thing going on with itself because it's a pseudo-legendary. And also most of the Gigantamax forms were only for Pokemons that were used by a trainer that did have that Gigantamax form. I'm saying mostly because there were some that they weren't used by anyone, but mostly, yeah, they could have been indeed. Yeah, I mean, they could have used it, but I still think that having Duraludon to be the ace is a good choice. I guess it's a lot tougher one. But it could have had it, yeah. But like the gym battles, the gym battle was more based on weather anyways than anything. It wasn't really just about dragons. Yeah, definitely could have been good, indeed. But maybe they didn't want to give it to him because they tend to give usually only the pseudo legendaries to the champion. Or they thought that the ghost typing would be like too overpowering, but then again at that point you probably would be having something else than normal type moves and fighting type moves. But yeah, that's usually the reason why there isn't too many ghost types straight away from the beginning, because they are kind broken in the early game. Most Pokemon have like tackle, so you know, can't really do anything. But yeah, it's weird how common like 3P is in Violet though. Considering that in Sword and Shield it was almost nowhere to be seen. Yeah, I think Ice would be working quite nicely as a first gym especially. It's not like... It's not going to be an easy type to be like defeating if you didn't pick the fire starter, that's true, but most like first stage ice types, they tend to be very weak. And also it would kind of break the thing that ice types are only in the late game. I don't know, is there, apart from like baby Pokemon, is there really any like weak fairy types though? Yeah, that is true, but like still. Yeah, it is weird that ice is just a terrible typing. I think it should be resisting some other types, because I don't get it why it can't be resisting water. I mean, I understand like if it's hot water it could be melting, but since I live in a place that, like, if you ask me, ice doesn't really care about rain too much. Yeah, isn't ice type still the rarest type? And also it's such a bad typing in my opinion because it's only in the late game. I would like it to be earlier on. That's why I'm kind of wishing that we would be getting a region where we start in a icy area, or anyways be like a colder region in general. Because it could be quite interesting. To like kind of flip the whole idea that there is either normal or warmer than normal things going on. And I get it why in Paldea we have a nice area. But at the same time, if you are thinking of the place that it is based on, why is there snow there? There shouldn't be any snow there. But then again, most places have a nice area or wintry area, whatever my thing. It's only very few scenarios where there is like almost nothing for each. Because the only place that I can really think of that doesn't have an like snowy area is Hoenn, but it also kind of has it. I think it's only like one cave though, so it's not like it's too much there, you know? I mean, technically it's also the case with Kancho as well, but I mean, it's the whole islands are like cold because of, probably because of Articuno. But yeah, it would be nice if Ice type would be getting better Pokemons. It has been getting better Pokemons nowadays. I will say that much. Especially with the Pseudo Legendary to be an Ice type as well. It has definitely gotten better in that regard. But yeah, it could be still having more Pokemons based on age. Always can hope for early ice types. Another thing that they could do, even though it's quite unlikely that they would be doing, is to just give ice more resistances. As I said, water would be making more sense. I have more types that it would be resisting. So yeah, it definitely should be paired with the good typings. It has, but always could be more though. Because honestly, I don't like. Because I know water resist ice, but why can't do water or ice resist the water though? Yeah, but it could be still. I mean, give it something. Make an ice type better. I don't necessarily like ice type, like ice as a type. I like ice type Pokemon, yeah, but I don't like the idea. Yeah, definitely. Should be resisting grass. Another one that I'm kind of thinking is bug as well, because not too many, bugs, less insects. They don't really do well in cold. So, they wouldn't really be having anything that they could be doing. Yeah. But that is the reason why it's super effective against grass types, but yeah. Buggy is already trash, but then again, it wouldn't be making sense. That's why Bug Ice is one of the best type combinations. I would wish that we'll be having a very good stat Bug and Ice type though. We have a okay one, but yeah, no. Let's get another one. I don't hate bug types. They are quite nice. I try always to use bug type on my team if I have a chance at least. I'm not scared of spiders, but I dislike them. I know dudes that when they see spiders, they are like running to the next room. But as I said, one Pokemon that I would absolutely love to see in real life would be Choltik. There's something about that little guy that I would absolutely love to see it in real life. I might be, I will say that I might be scared of spiders if there would be scary spiders in here. The same thing as you. Basically then. Because there's not any spiders in here that could really do any harm. There is like nothing. I do remember when I was like very young, I did see one of those spider eggs, to be cracking, and that was scary. But then I was like maybe 9 years old at that point. I mean, I will say Australian would be a good candidate, but I will say that I would like to get a colder region. Then they could be making one again for like more warmer one. I know that it gets cold there as well, but it also gets ridiculously hot in there. No, I'm from Finland. I would like to, like, I know the one place that bunch of people want to be getting a region from is Canada, which makes sense. Why not? It would be indeed like a colder place to be getting a region out of. It seems like a bunch of people want it. I also know that another quite popular one should be getting a region from is another one in USA, which makes sense. Yeah. I guess I would just like to get more variety with the regions because most of them are like quite samey. But yeah, have like more interesting or not interesting, but I guess places where you wouldn't need think first to be getting a region from. Not like where like people are expecting to be getting a region based on. But I also will say that even if it would be getting a region that is based on how form of an area, we will probably be having some sort of an icy area there anyways. Because it's just a thing that Pokemon likes to do. Because where else would you be putting ice types? If not for a cold area. I understand, but it's a little bit of a shame though. But yeah, it would be very nice to be getting a region based on somewhere more of a unique place. I know that there is a lot of people that are complaining that there is so many regions based on Europe, which I get it, but at the same time it's a lot of different areas. It's a lot of different areas indeed. Yeah, there could be something with that. That maybe like it could be like a thing that only like at nighttime there is gonna be ice types. Yeah, it could be working. It honestly would be quite interesting if they would be making another region that is heavily based on the day and night cycle again. Because I like the idea. Like, surely there is still like only certain Pokemons appear at day and night time, but like make it like even a bigger thing would be very nice. I don't typically take a screenshot. Sometimes I do. If I'm offline, I will just take like the screen recording the 30 seconds, you know. But on stream, I usually don't get a screenshot. I might be getting one with snipping tool if I want to, but I mostly just, you know, save the reaction. But sometimes I do take a screenshot. I can talk today. It's just hard to be getting a good screenshot sometimes. That's why I tend to just take a video on each, because it's easier to be then, like, you can pause it whenever and take a good screenshot, you know? But I will say that sometimes I miss that you can take screenshots so easily on Switch. Because sometimes when I want to take a screenshot on, you know, DS or 3DS, it's just like, you know, not really possible in most of the games. I like when the games are like actually like having like you can take a screenshot inside the game, but most of the time there's just not enough buttons to be having one to be, you know, for screenshots or two even. Such a shame. I originally did buy Switch to be playing Animal Crossing, like the first one, and this one that I currently play on, I did buy because I wanted to stream, and the Switch is one of the easiest games to be streaming. Easiest games, it's one of the easiest consoles on to stream on, and it doesn't really require too much power from the computer as well, which is nice, even though that's not an issue for me. But then again, the unfortunate truth is that with Switch there isn't too many other reasons apart from the games to be really getting a Switch. Yeah. Well, they are working on something, like they are like working on something together, though. I have heard that they would like to bring the Game Pass at least somewhat to Switch. I don't know how far that has gone, but I have heard that they have at least wanted to do that. Laundry Flume. Wrong 5%. Yeah, there has been a lot of like companies that, you know, have been purchasing a lot of another company lately. Lately, I mean in like a few years. But then again, understandable. In some cases, it's better that that's the case. Of course, for both ends. But then there is, of course, the ones that are like absolutely against it because they hate one or the other part. Which is fair enough. Of course, there's always problems if another company wants, like a bigger company wants to buy a smaller company, there's always gonna be issues. Which is, you know, understandable, but why at the same time? Oh yeah, speaking of that, it doesn't actually relate to it or in any shape or form. But the usual store that we go to, it has like in that like for that like company, I guess, the whole thing there. They have like 3 different like store brands, I guess. But they are now getting rid of the one of them because it can be added to either the cheaper one or the one that is literally marketed as to be from Finland. Because like if it's from Finland, it can be switched into for the brand that is already advertising itself to be from here. And if it's not, then it's gonna be just switch into the cheaper brand. Because the reason is because there has been like too much competition between the brands that the store, like indeed the thing is that the store does own all of the 3 different brands. It's just like, you know, in only in that store brands or like other ones that are under the bigger company. And like that doesn't affect us by anything because they're just gonna be switching to other ones. And that brand that is like gonna be disappearing, it wasn't used too much anyways. It was a bigger thing in like smaller stores, but from the bigger ones that we try to use, because you know you can get more things there, you have more options. So yeah, we don't really see them, but then again, it is quite unnecessary in my opinion. And the funny thing is that the cheap stuff, the cheap brand, you know, the usual thing is that cheap brands are bad, but that is like very good quality. Like, we're happy to buy from that brand rather than we spend like 2 more euros to be buying from another one. Because there is some cases, there is the case that we can buy like a double pack of something on the cheaper brand. Cheaper than like a singular like package for an like normal price brand. Which is strange, and the quality is about the same anyways. Sure, the taste might be different, but most of the time, I don't care. But yeah, doobie what a booby. I'm not indeed gonna be doing anything to our lives. But yeah, it's always like for me it's so weird. Yeah, it is possible to unfollow people on Twitch. Just press the same button that you did press to follow, then it will be unfollowing. I never have understood the people that are wanting for like always wanted to go for especially foods for the always the expensive option. Oh yeah, yeah, understandable. Yeah, cheaper is usually in my or our experience either the same or better, because sometimes like the more expensive options they have like a weird taste. Hard to say what it is, but sometimes it just have like a weird taste. I understand it in some cases, like if you are gonna be buying anyways like an expensive piece of clothing, like for some reason you need to buy an expensive piece of clothing, I understand in that you probably want to go for a little bit better like price because it probably will be lasting longer. But most of the time I just don't care. Because I will say that the times that I have like tested expensive chocolates, I have hated them. But I also hate like absolutely cheap chocolate though. That is like also awful. With that I usually go with, you know, somewhere in the middle. Because it's just something about chocolate, because like I think the cheaper ones are more towards like more of a powdery ones. And then like the expensive ones, they are more rich in the flavor, which isn't like the best tasting for every people. And it has been kind of tested anyways that people don't like expensive chocolates. Which is strange that they still are making them and people are buying them, but sure. Another thing that I have like never understood, it thankfully wasn't too big of a thing in here, like where I live in general, that I have never understood the people that are like judging another person based on that they buy cheap stuff. Like, what's up with that? It's not like you have to leave it that way. And also, is there anything wrong with saving money? You never know what happens, you know? Like, it's just strange to me, but then again, people are different though. What can you really do for that? But yeah, there's nothing wrong with buying cheap stuff though. I know it is like a bigger thing in some places than others. But like usually where I have lived, at least so far, like you do you, no one cares. It's your life, you know. Which is also like what I'm thinking, like what does it matter what the guy next door does? And it's honestly a thing. I know that it's hard to like teach anyone that, but I think it should be taught somehow. That does it really matter that someone is judging you if you like your life? And yeah, I just think I don't know how it could be like taught to people, but I think it should be. I know that again this is kind of the thing that is not really an option everywhere, but I think it should be. As controversial as that opinion might be, but I don't care. It's your life, you live the way that you wanted. I guess I'm thinking of these things because, like, you know, those life lesson channels, they like to do a lot of topics like this that make the rich dude feel bad for making fun of the poor dude. And you're like, yeah. I just think that does it matter, honestly. It's just one of those weird things that internet likes right now. I don't think that they are as a big thing as they were like a couple of years ago, but you know, they still do be going though. Also, one thing that I absolutely hate about those channels is that they always tell the same story, pretty much. But then again, there's only so many life lessons that there is. I guess. Also, there's one of those sayings that I don't get it as the content itself is don't judge a book by its cover. I understand like how it is working like as like with a person, you know, but I don't really get it like half the time how it goes with like actual books though. Could be because I don't really read books. But at the same time, it is also a thing nowadays that based on what people see first, they decide are they gonna be interested in a thing or not. Why do you think that certain thumbnails work better than others? Because they are more interesting. Like, surely can it be the case that, like a, like in quotes, a worse thumbnail has a better video under it? Yes. But then again, it is unfortunate that it is the case indeed. That, you know, there is the dudes that to be making it even better because they have better thumbnails. Because it is the case, like, I understand the saying that don't judge a book by its cover, but at the same time, if I think of like that a thing like right now as a current day, it doesn't really work. Hello there, how are you doing? Oh, good to hear. Are you doing something today? What league are you entering? Oh, okay. Well, good luck with that. Are you doing any kind of challenge, or is it like a first playthrough kind of thing? Okay. Seems interesting. What even is the Pokemon in question? Oh, Prankster, nice. Prankster is a very nice ability indeed. That seems like a good moveset, yeah. I don't know too much about battling though. That seems like a good one. I mean, you really don't most of the time need to be thinking too much for the playthrough teams, but I like it that way personally, honestly. You don't need to do like ridiculous setups. Prankster gives priority to like status moves or like non-attacking moves basically, if I understood it correctly. Yeah. Yeah, it's always good to be getting prepared for the league, but I like that most of the leagues on Pokemon games, they aren't like ones that you like need to get like ridiculously prepared for though. You don't need to like actually like if you don't want to, you don't actually need to be doing like perfect Pokemons with perfect abilities, stats, everything. It's very nice. Sure, can it be helpful? Yes. But I will also say that I can be bothered. I just go with whatever way that I like to play myself. Yeah. It do be quite tough. I remember that in this game's playthrough I did have problems with the champion because, you know, my Pokemon they weren't the best, but I didn't make it work though. I did make it work though. Was mostly the reason that, you know, it has, like, at that point it was a while since I have even, like, defeated, you know, the champion of this game, so I didn't even remember, like, what Pokemons it has. Surely could I be looking it up? Yes, but at the same time I can't be bothered. But, yeah. So I kind of got outplayed with that myself. I don't know why did I do that, but anyways. Yeah. Yeah, it is sometimes like that. I sometimes absolutely love the crits that they can get. I would kind of honestly wish that every once in a while when the, you know, whoever you're going against would be getting the text that they landed a critical hit because they like the trainer. I think it would be nice. Yeah. Makes sense. Alright, Hans. Alright, Hans team, they don't like ice types too much. Even though the team is more based on the weather than like actual dragons, but still. What are you planning on doing next after you're done with the league? Swirlix. Yeah, I do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that you'll be hunting. Hopefully you'll be finding something indeed. Always hoping that you'll be able to find something because it is very fun when you find something indeed. It do be. It seems like from like usual phase today is going a little bit slower, but I mean it's still a decent amount soon. 500? Not quite in a 3.5 hours, 600, but you know, close. Close indeed. Anyways. Funny Pokemon. What do they be up to today though? What will they be up to today? I don't know why, but I right now just got a feeling to be continuing one of my playthroughs. Yeah, some of my playthroughs are like I have like not all the time, but every once in a while I do be getting the feeling that I would like to, you know, continue this, but then there's like I need to be getting another game to that point. But yeah, it is probably not the end of the world though. Probably not indeed. Especially now since some things are getting a little easier. Because I can indeed be doing with the Switch, because there's indeed few ones that I want to do on Switch. There is a possibility that I could be transferring between different games. I'm not just like, you know, stuck with that game. Fairly interested indeed. Would you just love those feelings that you just get randomly that you want to do a certain thing? And then you're like, "Ah, I'm gonna do it later today," and then you never get around to do it. That's why always you should be doing the things that you need to do whenever you need to do them. Thankfully, in my case, it's most of the time like not things that I need to do, but you'll definitely always be doing the things that you need to do that day. What's in here? Oh, stuff! Let's go! Oh. Nice line of swirlix there, okay. Very nice indeed. I think I'm gonna soon head to the bathroom though. I'll do a few more encounters before it, but yep. I'll quickly go there indeed. Also, I'm gonna be getting a good stretch out of it. Always love them. A good stretch. Good stretch is a good stretch. Who wouldn't want to be getting one of those? More Drifloon, more wrong 5% Pokemon. That's what you love to see. Yeah, I think I will be doing that in the Farfetch'd, and I indeed will be quickly going to the bathroom. I'll be back. There we go. We do be back to hunting. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh. A good streak? Question mark? I wouldn't be upset if that would be happening. We haven't got any good few ones today. I haven't really been counting them though. You know, more just be there that I've noticed that they have been quite long. But yeah, indeed. Even though I'm nowhere close to be done with today's huntings, but we will indeed tomorrow be continuing the Opagudra hunt as usual. Hopefully be able to get a good amount of encounters with that. It's interesting because, like, the time before last time with the Gudra hunt, I was like having nothing. Like literally nothing. But then like the next time from that I was like ridiculously lucky, but then again it seems to be quite the case most of the time with me. It's just this, I think with almost anyone, that it seems like the luck comes in bursts, you know? You have your unlucky moments and then you get like ton of shinies relatively quickly, either by time or by encounter numbers. Even though technically like your bad luck doesn't of course have anything to do with it, but you always kind of think that it has. Like the game is feeling bad for you. I mean, I will still say that if I don't go to over 10k with any of my 1 in 4K hunts, I will be happy. Be happy indeed. Be very happy indeed. Because I'm kind of expecting that at some point one of my 1 in 8K hunts, it will be going to 20K. Because it is just, you know, one of those things that for sure at some point that will be happening, you know. And it's not like it's that far-fetched at the end of the day. I mean, I don't think... Have I ever gotten an overall shiny in 1 in 8K? Maybe 1 or 2, but like there has been like one that was very close, I remember that much. It was one that was very close indeed. But I'm not too sure, there was like few ones that like at least they like were feeling that they did take forever. That's why I like to go with numbers instead of like actually counting the hours, how much I did spend, you know. Sometimes the hunt can be feeling a lot longer than it has been. But then again, do be what it do be. It is just the fact that some hunts, they are gonna be taking forever, no matter how fast you try to do them. It's like no way that you can be doing anything for those indeed. Because, you know, luck is luck at the end of the day. What can you really do for luck? Last time I checked, nothing. Yeah. But then again, no. Shiny hunting, it is fun for me at the end of the day. As I have said before a bunch of times, I don't think that that I would personally enjoy shiny hunting if I would be doing it like all the time. And I would only have like few hunts going on, or like 1 hunt, I guess. As I said before, it's for me, I like variety. And I guess I'm also, because like I know that for some people some hunts are like that they don't want to do them for the reason of facing. You know, I understand that facing is unfortunate, but at the same time I kind of don't mind it. It is part of the fun for me to be facing every once in a while. It do be like that. I also understand that those situations where you have faced on a Pokemon like over 10 times, then it is understandable that it gets frustrating. Especially if you're looking for like relatively... You're looking relatively like high chance Pokemon to be there, you know. then it's like understandable, but then again, if I'm looking for a rare thing, I'm expecting to be getting faces. That's why I sometimes, when I do hunts, I don't necessarily put a target there. I just, you know, go for anything. Like the kind of the deal is with the dude of the Mount Lanakila for me, for example. That I'm riding, like, I'm just like, I have like, I get like, my target is in quotes Absol, but honestly, anything in there is completely fine with me. Completely fine with anything that the place has to offer for me. But yeah. I think I honestly sometimes do be preferring those hunts that I honestly just don't have a target. I'm just thinking that, hey, let's do a hunt in this location for whatever, and we'll be good. We'll be good then. It is very nice indeed, but everyone does the hunts the way that they want. There is absolutely nothing wrong with it. Because surely I know one thing that I could have done. I could have done hunting for the Ponita in the Kalimvuj. But I decided to do eggs instead. And my very good reasoning is that I wanted it to be having star sparkles. Because, you know, since star sparkles are quite rare in the wild. So, like, that's my reasoning, because I wanted that instead. I honestly will say that I would kind of wish that one day in one game, or like, it could be for like going forward at that point, that we would be getting different sparkles again. Not necessarily to make any one of them to be rare or anything. Maybe we could be having like 3 or 4 different kinds of sparkles that Pokemon could be having, and they would be more or less the same chance. You know? I think that could be quite cool. So at least would, you know, be making the Pokemon to feel more unique. It would indeed. Oh, hello, Minchino. To be having the funny aura? Or do you like to be having a cool move with you, perhaps? Like... Honestly, I don't know what they could be having. You probably will be having it, though. You probably will. Honestly, I'm kind of curious too, because I know quite a good amount of things about it, but I think I I would like to check out again what does change when there is the brilliant Pokemon or whatever. Or a break. I didn't know that that was an ability. It's one of the signature abilities of Zygarde. No wonder I didn't know that that existed. No wonder. In Pokemon. Well, yeah, because I know that moves can change, but I'm pretty sure that abilities are gonna be staying the same. Typically higher level than the average Pokemon in the area. Oh yeah, that as well. Really look at them. They know an egg move? Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't they be having an egg move? I knew that they would be having different moves. The player earns what's for catching or defeating, yeah. And also it has guarantee 2 or 3 perfect IVs. Or 31 IVs. Yeah, and of course it's a roll up to the shiny roll there. Oh yeah, it's the thing that why I don't see Drifloon to be having an aura, because I'm pretty sure that that is one of the only ones that I have like actually at 0. So I have never been in the need of doing anything for each. And captured one, I haven't defeated one ever. Oh yeah. That's okay. Yeah, I did read about the fishing one. We can be having brilliant Pokemons at that as well. That is kind of like what technically chain fishing could be like, more or less in this game. It's not really the same as it was, you know, but like that is the closest thing. Because yeah, you need to reel in and defeat the Pokemon. If the Pokemon fails to reel or catches the Pokemon, flees from the Pokemon, leaves the area pretty much does anything but defeated, this tree will be broken. I didn't know that. I mean, I guess it makes sense why then people tend to do it for rare fishing ones then. I'm honestly quite tempted on that, like doing a fishing hunt in this game. But trying to do, you know, the defeating them every single time thing. To be having a fishing chain there. Be getting an increased amount of the brilliant ones. That's interesting. As I said, I kind of like chain fishing, but not really. I do indeed be tempted, though. Maybe one day I'll do that then. But we shall see about it. Interesting. Yeah, maybe, because I was anyways thinking that I would like to get specifically the 1% Lapras with fishing. Or at least like try to get it, like try to do it in that area. I don't know why, but it's like interesting me. Maybe because, you know, it's a rare Pokemon to be there, so, you know, it makes it a little bit more special in that way. It do be indeed. I know that you can find Labras quite easily in this game though, so like it's a thing that I don't know though. Maybe. Maybe, oh maybe. Thankfully I'm too far away for that to actually be wanting to get closer. Too far for that. Oh, another boosted Minchino. It's been a lot of them today. There hasn't been a single Wobbuffet so far today, though. Hasn't been a single Wobbuffet so far. Be boosted, that is. There's been Wobbuffets. Not a single one that would be boosted, or having the aura, the brilliant Pokemon, whatever my things to lose. Interesting, very interesting. You know what I would be finding to be fun to be having once again in Pokemon games? It hasn't been done too many times. I would absolutely love if there would be a way to like a Pokemon, or actually two Pokemons, that they either could be battling separately, like in two different slots, but there could be a way to like have them to be like only taking up one slot, but they still could be battling twice. But if they are like in the pair in the like in one slot, their like attacks would be worse than if they would be individually there, like they would be separate there, you know. I think that could be quite interesting. It could be quite interesting indeed. I like something like that. Kind of like we have like Pokemons that can work together, but like have it as a normal Pokemon thing. Because there has been like you can combine Negrosma with Solgaleo or Lunala, same with Kyurem. You can combine that with Zekrom or Reshiram. Because the closest thing that we have for what I'm thinking right now would be Calyrex with either of the rights. Because, you know, they have two in one or whatever my thing. 2S1. You know, the ability that they can use both of their abilities. I mean, it could be interesting. Would it be broken? As I said, not necessarily if they make the Pokemons indeed to be weaker. If they are, like, working together. Or, like, be weak in general, so they don't need to be getting a weaker thing going on there. But you know, it could be interesting though. Could be very interesting indeed. Maybe one day, maybe one day. They will be able to catch Pokemons like that indeed. But I just think that that could be quite interesting. So many cotton candies following me. Scary cotton candy. Dog. Very scary indeed. Nice. soon out of your moves as well. I knew that the Crimsonar wouldn't be lasting for too long. Because of the problem of, you know, there is 2 screens as the moves. You know they're not gonna be lasting that long. But yeah, I'm surprised that I can get rid of probably you as well today, I would like to say. I have only 9 moves left, and I can use all the way up to 40 with you. That's a very good amount of Farfetch today to be seen. 40 with you alone. I mean, I haven't KO'd other Pokemons, but like, still. It will be like it is at least 40. Anyways. How many... What are your moves and how much do they have? Yeah... Maybe closer to 70 I've seen today then, because I've run away from quite a good amount of them. It seems to be the case that I see around 70. But you know, it isn't that bad. Maybe around 70 I would be seeing today, like so far. Because there's still a long way to go. How long? I'm not completely sure, but probably at least 1 more 100 after I'm done with this, because I think I'm gonna be getting a snack bar after I hit the next 100. Because you know, I do be a little hungry. I'm gonna be eating that then. Funny little guy there. I'll be back. I'm back. Yeah. Do you know those things that for whatever reason the texture, like if you touch it, just makes you feel unwell, you know? Like it just feels bad. When there's like no explanation really for each. The thing that does it for me is that we have like those like garlic crushers that you can, you know, crush your garlic with that. It is probably because, you know, it does leave like a little bit of like stuff to your hands because the material that it's made out of. But the weird thing is that it only just does it for me if I get it from the dishwasher. I don't know why. Also, that was supposed to be one of those ones that shouldn't be doing that. So yeah, nice. It is starting to do it a lot less because, you know, it is so old. But you know, when it was brand new, like if you would be touching it even very briefly, you would be getting itchy your hands. Would be absolutely everywhere. And it's one of those things that is like such a bad thing to try to get rid of as well. But yeah. It's a nice thing. I would just wish that it wouldn't be, you know, be leaving anything behind. It's just. Ugh. Weird things sometimes, how people be though. Weird things indeed. Oh, Cat is very disappointed because I think she didn't get the rest of her food. Looking at me like, where is my food? I understand. Very disappointing. You're not getting the rest of your food just yet. I think you also did get like almost like at least like a little bit over half of your food anyway, so you know you did have a good amount. Also, you have some dry food. Speaking of the dry food, we are not feeding her anymore, the kind that she refuses to eat. Surprise, surprise, because it's just, you know, waste there. It was anyways tossed to us to just, like, we are trying to use it because the elderly cat that we did get it from, he can't eat it. Like, at all. Oh, first one of you. I'll be encountering you, then I'll indeed will be going ahead and getting the snack bar though. I do be getting hungry. 600 checks though. Yeah, I'll be back. I know you're a ghost type, but you don't need to disappear like that. I'm not completely sure if something spawned in there or not. It did spawn in, but thankfully I can now encounter it. Or it was another thing that I just did get lucky and get another 5% there, but probably you were already spawned in. But now that I don't need to switch my Pokemons, I should be having enough time to run there. And there goes the snack bar. There we go. Also, the cat has gotten the rest of her food. She's just very disappointed that there isn't more. The thing is that we can't really feed her any more than that, because you know, then she's gonna be like actually getting some weight. And that would be a problem. Because it seems like the way, like the amount that we feed her right now, it is kind of keeping her like in good shape, like keeping her in like more or less the same amount. Do we weigh her too often? No, but still. But yeah, thankfully, even if we wouldn't like want to weigh her, we can do it pretty easily. Because, you know, she's in one of those pets that like absolutely hates like being held. You know. The weird thing is that usually if pets, like, she does like very much when you do be holding her, you know, when you pick her up and everything like that. Of course, she only lets us do it, but still, you know, she likes it. But then she doesn't do the other usual thing that comes with that, and that is that like she wants to get close to you like that, you know. Like, surely she do be sleeping sometimes between our pillows at night, for example. That is very much of a thing that she does do. And sometimes it's hurting my ear because, you know, it's my pillow that she is on top of. Or her head is. But yeah. And then, you know, like, be close by when we do be sleeping, at least most of the night. She does move somewhere else throughout the night, but mostly during the night she do be sleeping where we are. Wherever it shall be, usually in bed of course, but sometimes in the couch. We are doing something there, like watching something either late in the night and we are too tired to move, or watch something early in the morning so we don't need to move back to bed. You know, the things that do be helping. You can be helped to be, or you can be asked to be moving to the bed. But yeah. She do be wanting to be close. But yeah, I was talking about cat's dry food, since we did indeed receive the cat food that she do be indeed be refusing to eat, because I'm still thinking that the reason is because, you know, since she doesn't have too many teeth left anymore, so where like I'm thinking that, you know, since they're too big, she can be like biting them in half or something like that, even though she likes to do it, even though she doesn't have too many teeth. And it just sounds scary every single time because it's very scary. Imagine if one like more of them would be falling because of that, but you know, she do be she do be doing what she do be doing. So but then we did like a week or so ago, more or less a week ago, we did get like some other cat food that again was left over from the elderly catch that he can be eating. She likes them because, you know, they are small. She likes them indeed. I know. I know. Very lonely. Very lonely catch. So I'm not here with you, definitely. I know we're cleaning. Boyfriend did clean up the bedroom today, did even wash the curtains. One of those things that I absolutely hate doing because it's most of the time such a pain to try and put them back on there. It really depends on what kind of like thing it is attached to there, of course, but I hate it. I mostly also hate it because, like, you know, since it's so high up. Hard to get there. But yeah, it do be what it do be though. Do be what it do be indeed. Yep. Interesting things indeed. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be vacuum the bedroom today then. Since like it's apart from that it's pretty much cleaned, or like as cleaned as it can be before you're vacuuming the room, because you know you kind of have to vacuum before you can, you know, clean the floors with a mop. You kind of have to do it in that order. At least we have to, because we don't have like a special tool that could be doing both. Which always reminds me weirdly, even though we didn't do it, but I think my dad might still have it if it works. Or did my mom take it? I don't remember, but anyways, I don't think it works though anymore. It's over 10 years old. It wasn't the best quality anyway. But yeah, we did have like like a mop like machine, kind of like that did do the same thing as mop would do. But instead of with water, it worked with steam. Like, of course there was water, but like in the main point one was that it was working with steam specifically. You know, not leaving any wet floors was the basic idea. It did leave, but it was definitely better than, you know, regular old mop. But yeah. It was quite a fun machine. I of course almost never used it. I think I used it few times. The reason why I didn't use it, because of course I wouldn't want to. And then like it was quite heavy as well, so you know. And it also was quite hard to use as well, because it wasn't best of going around places. It wasn't like too... oh. It wasn't too much going into anywhere that you would like to. Like, it wasn't that flexible at all. Like, for example, if you would be having deep enough table, it would be impossible to clean under it. It would literally be impossible, because it just can't fit. It can't like lay down flat enough. And stuff like that. But hey, it do be what it do be. It was a fun machine, I liked it. Still one thing that I would wish that we could use someday, because we can't use it at all right now, would be the robot vacuum cleaner, you know. The reason why we... no, there's actually two reasons why we can't use it right now, at least like, not like cheap one. Would need to be for our purposes quite an expensive one. And the reason why we can't use one right now is that we have what it is actually in English. I think I know what it is, but I want to be sure. Oh, I wasn't right at all. Or I guess, yeah. Like a threshold, or I guess a doorstep. Like the doorstep that we have, it's too much. Like it's too big, so like, you know, it couldn't get over each. And like that is one of those things that can't do anything for. Like it's just literally impossible. We can't do anything about it. And the other thing is that, you know, we have a catch and most of the cheaper ones, they don't really like too much of hair. It's like, I understand like the appeal of it, and also the reason why I would like to use it is that, you know, since you will be having like a clean house overall, like it would be very good to just have that to like clean up the few things that, you know, drop to the floor. Boba Fett's? Excuse me, Boba Fett's? But yeah. But I will say one thing that I have heard about the robot vacuum cleaners though, is that since, you know, they are kind of a lazy option to be cleaning, you like also get so lazy that you don't, either you don't use it or you just are too lazy to be you know, emptying it. If that's the case, like, I mean, of course it would be, you need to empty it depending on what kind it is. There is like one big silo, like where the charging station is. And that one isn't fancy enough to be having it anyways. And then or then there is the one that we had that does just have like some sort of a silo inside the machine itself. Also, another reason why we couldn't be having it is because our rugs that we have, or carpets, whatever my things, they are not designed for it at all. They are definitely the wrong kind. Because sometimes they are a pain to, you know, be cleaning. Even if there is, you know... It's indeed sometimes pain to clean even in, like, with, you know, regular old vacuum cleaner. Even though it takes a lot of time, I try to do it anyway still. Because it's good at the end of the day. You know, try to get everything out of there because, like, they are over time gonna be building. And also the problem with that, like, the big rug that we have on our living room is that we can't really put it to like one of those rug washing machines that we do be having around here, because it's too heavy for them when it gets wet. Like it absorbs way too much liquid. So yeah, we can't really do that, which is unfortunate. And I will say, even if we would be able to put it in there, I don't think that it will be helping too much. I think it's one of those rugs that if you would like it to be like clean, you would like actually need to be going down to the floor and then like get probably a better cleaning thing for it than a vacuum cleaner, and then like sit there and like try to move it in every direction so you could be getting everything there. Surely one thing that I probably will be trying probably this week for it is that I'm gonna be going to use more power on the vacuum cleaner. We tend to use it in like very low power because you know it's noisy, and also it's not too necessary to be having it in too high, if you ask me. I don't think that my parents ever used it like too high, any of our like vacuum cleaners. But then again, the one that I remember using was so old that it it didn't really have too much of options anyway, so it was like very high jumps between like two settings. Unlike with our current one, we can like put it in the middle of two if we would like to, for example. And also, I never personally did touch any of the settings. Yeah, it would be interesting. Life tends to be that way, indeed. Imagine if life wouldn't be interesting. Also boosted one? Ah. Well, I guess I'm getting some watts out of it, but honestly, I don't care. Oh, one more and then you're out, Anxie. How the moves, that is. Then to move, then probably gone. Be gone. Back to front. It is in the... Oh, back-to-back boosted ones? Huh? Not because Ninkata, but back-to-back there in the same spot, but sure. How you doing, Ninkata? How's life and such? Silly things indeed. Anyways, funny things indeed. Also, one thing about what is it? The keyboard buying thing. And it is, of course, because you know there is keyboards on the shelf, so you know the usual thing that will be happening to them. It frustrates me every single time that I see it that they are missing keys, buttons, keys, button gaps, whatever my things, key caps, the things. It's so frustrating. And I will say one reason why I didn't want to buy this keyboard in the first place was that because on the one that was on the shelves, it didn't have like the things to be like elevating the keyboard. So like of course immediate thought was that there is no such thing, but they were just ripped off there. I will say that like I don't honestly understand why people do it. I know that people just want to be mean most of the time. But at the same time, like if the store wants to do something, you're probably gonna be in quite a big trouble, you know? Like, if they decide that they want to, like, blame you for it, then, you know, good luck with that. It's just this very annoying. At least I will say, because I mean, no, that's actually very unfortunate for them. But yeah, I was about to say at least since it is in the stores, it's not that bad. But then I thought that, you know, they can't sell it because it's missing pieces. Because sometimes when, you know, they are like selling every single piece of whatever it shall be, and they will be even selling the displayed ones, usually in a little bit of a discounted price because, you know, people have been touching it. But they can't sell it because it's broken. I mean, it probably still works mostly, but still. One thing that store also tends to be is that they like to put on display like one of the more broken ones, and then they will be like breaking the cable. It's more apparent in mouses because, you know, you can easily put one into your pocket. But I don't think it was the case with the keyboard, so they could technically sell each. But yeah. Because of course, like, with the mouse that, you know, does require a cable. If you would be breaking the cable, you know, they can't use it. I'm not completely sure, but I have seen it be a case in few situations with mouse that are like, they're wireless, that they take the, you know, the wireless adapter away from each, so, you know, they can be using it if they would be stealing it, you know, which is also a very good way to do it. Because then, even though they will be having that, then, you know, they can't use it. And since most of them are quite sensitive that it needs to be the exact one that has been linked to it, so, you know, they can't be using it. And it's not like they can exactly go to the store and say that that they didn't get it with the packaging. Because, you know, they will most likely be asking for, you know, some sort of proof that you have bought it. Usually will. But yeah. Maybe one day I will be able to have things on the store in the display and they are not broken. Of course there's some things that are like almost never broken, but still. Such a shame. Because I remember, when I was in school, or in one of those schools that, we did have like computers and such there that we could be using. I remember that like half of them, specifically the laptops, they didn't have keys on them, or like most of them were missing. It's also one of the things because they were the kinds of laptops, as laptops tend to be, that the keys are quite close to the body or the laptop itself. So it's not the easiest thing to do. And also another thing, because since they are quite expensive, the school didn't really have money to replace them, so it was very fun to be typing with a keyboard. It wasn't that bad because it was like quite an old one anyway, so it did have quite a big like area that you could be pressing, and it would be counting as the key press. But it was still unfortunate though. And everyone was like always choosing their laptops very carefully, trying to remember which ones have which ones wouldn't be missing anything. But of course, since there is only limited amount of them, then there is not really too good options there. I'm pretty sure that at the end, in every single one of them, there was at least one missing. Like, the last time that I did use those laptops, at least in every single one of them, or in every one of them, at least one was missing. It's very unfortunate indeed. I honestly would have kind of wished that the school would have been more strict with it. And like, since we needed to log into the computers every single time that we wanted to use them, they could have just seen who has used it last, and at the end of every single lesson they would be checking them out. So to see like, are they broken or not, and then like make the person buy a new one or pay for a new one. It would have been quite nice. This was always the case that whenever there was like actual computers, not laptops, it was always the case that they were like very good condition. Only thing that might have been bad was the mouse, but usually it was just because it was old. It very rarely was like actually like someone was trying to break each kind. And it was interesting because I will say that those keyboards, it would be a lot easier to be getting the key or the buttons out of the keyboard. It would be. Because they were like very well like elevated from the base. But they were always fine. But then again, maybe people respected those more than the very old laptops that we did have. It could be that, but I will say I understand that the laptops, they were old because, they were still working fine. So, why change them? There's literally no reason for it. They were working fine, why bother changing them, I mean, they probably have changed them now because I will say that much, they wouldn't be able to update you current version of the Windows, and the schools, they kind of have to be in the newest version. And yeah. It's, at least from what I have seen in here, it doesn't need to be like straight away when like a new like Windows update comes out, or like new version specifically. Updates, they are usually max 2 more days after they have been released. Because they want to like update every single computer at once, so they wait extra few days, so like every computer for sure has them. You know? But yeah. I think the school, like this current school that I'm in, they switched to 11. Was it like 2 years ago, or was it only a year ago? But like it was quite a good time before they updated to each. Like they didn't straight away update to it because, you know, of course there's the issue that it would need to be some sort of break. Usually they like to do it during the summer break, because, you know, it's the it's the one that there is less likely that people are coming to studying the school, because you can do that, and also because it's, you know, less likely that there is anyone using them anyways. As you know, teachers are gonna be at some point on holiday or on vacation, whatever my thing. So yeah. Yes, indeed, very interesting. Interesting indeed. Well, yeah. I remember when I remember that in one of the schools, I don't remember which one of the schools, but one of the schools that I did go to, they like absolutely didn't want to update to the newer version of the Windows. I don't know what was with that, but something for sure. Like, of course, it's like okay to go, like no one is getting angry of it or for each, if it's like still being like having like security updates and it's like secure like that. But of course, like when that time runs out, it's kind of necessary to be updating them to the newer version indeed. Yeah, it do be what it do be. I think I might be doing like 800 checks today. I think that would be a good place to stop. It would be 3,500. At that point, that's a good. definitely would mean that the next time that I will be hunting this, which probably will indeed be on Thursday, will be that I will be able to hit the odds. I will indeed. Will indeed be able to hit the odds there indeed. Love to see it. See it indeed. As I said, tomorrow will of course be in the Alpha Good Run. I think it's the case that we'll be getting age 100 there. I think that's the case. Unless I can find my notepad. Yeah, we're currently at 770. Alpha Good Rest checked, yeah. Definitely be able to do that. Yeah, that's interesting. Very interesting indeed. I'm gonna go to the side so anything can spawn there. Also, I always love to be in those situations where, like, I know something is wrong, but I'm not too familiar with it, so I'm like not too sure should I correct them about it. You know? It's just interesting because it's just, yeah, I find it interesting that sometimes in quotes like an outsider for that thing, you know, dude that doesn't really know too much about it, or whatever it might be the case, might be knowing more about than a person that like always does it, or like knows everything about it. You know, it's just very interesting indeed. But hey, nothing wrong with that, of course. It's weird sometimes when you know about something that you're not really caring that much about. A lot. And of course, it's always good to be knowing not important information. Always a good thing. Always a good thing to know about not necessary things. I mean, at some point they might become, you know, like good information to be having, but most of the time not really. Most of the time they are just not really information that you would need to know, but it's cool to know them. Also, speaking of that, I'm wondering what the game would be doing. Like, how is it made that so, like, Pokemons are only female or only male? Like, I wonder if there would be like a way to trick the game that it should be, you know, the wrong one. Like how, and also like how would it be reacting if it would be somehow be possible? Like, is there a chance that for whatever reason, even though the game should always be having Pokemon to be male, for whatever reason there is maybe a chance that it could be female? Like, how is it done? Of course, there could be like a very simple thing that could be helping with it, and it is that if this is the Pokemon, it can only be this, period. Like, even if you try to change it or with some manner, it's gonna be turning to be the correct one, you know? Very interesting indeed. Also, should we have more Pokemons that wouldn't be having 50-50 as their gender ratio? I think we should. And I still think that we should be having a male-only evolution. Since we have female-only evolutions. And I'm not saying that Mothim or Gallade, for example, would be counting because, you know, they can still evolve. Even if they are non-males. I'm more talking about, indeed, about the dudes that are like Vespaquin that only evolves when it's female. We need a male ones as well, I think it would be fair. Then again, I also did say that I don't know what it really could be. I don't know. Hard to really say. But it still would be quite cool. Still would be quite cool indeed. So glad that that was far enough away. or far-fetched. Only ones I see recently. Then again, we have been getting lucky though, so maybe every once in a while it would be okay if we would be getting a couple of only ones. Only one to be appearing. I'll go there because that makes it less likely for the dudes to be following me all the way to here. So I'm quite far away from their spawn point. I just honestly wonder, like, if you're thinking of the thing that they like stop into like a wall when like they go too far away from their spawn point, I would be actually looking if you would be there. Like, how silly of a thing would it be? Just a magical barrier just appears, you know you can't go any further. There's always those things that it would be quite interesting to see, like, how they would be going if you would actually be in the world, like if it wouldn't be a game, kind of a thing. Of course, since, you know, game is a game, it can really do pretty much anything. Can throw a wall for something out of nowhere and, you know, you kind of have to deal with it if it's a problem. This is probably quite interesting, the dudes anyways, that, you know, always in the beginning of the game, like before you can change your appearance, it's always like he's starting a same looking guy, like almost all the time. Like, how strange it would be if that would be the case, or if then that is indeed the case, but how strange it will be. And then always the professor will be helping them out, or whoever shall it be. You're always just witnessing a dude be starting a new adventure, and they always look quite similar. The only exception that I really have for that is Scarlet and Violet, because you can quite drastically change your appearance, so it's not like you're gonna be always the same looking one, you know. There's at least a little bit of a difference there. But still, pretty interesting. Especially in those games that you like don't have any kind of saying for your appearance, aka like any game before X and Y were the first ones to introduce this somewhat of a customizability. And another thing, like how strange it is, the people that like see you all the time to be like doing soft resets, or will their memory also be like gone, or will they remember you like spawning in and checking it out and then disappearing? I will say one thing that would be quite interesting to see to be the case in a Pokemon game. It would really work on only in games that don't have like overworld Chinese. But to have like a character in there that you know would be able to see shiny Pokemon. That would be very interesting. Interesting indeed. Like they would be able to tell that there is a shiny somewhere. And then you would need to try and find it. There will be only a limited amount of time that you will be able to find it as well. It could be a cool feature though. Could be. Not then again, I kind of doubt, but you never know. They may or may not be doing silly things anyways. So why not to be adding more silly things to be doing? Imagine if they would be someday releasing a Pokemon game that every day random Pokemon would be shiny locked for that day. Imagine that. Imagine if that would be the case. And like there would be a way to like remove the shiny lock from it if you would be able to, from the clues that were provided, to tell which Pokemon it's talking about. If you can't answer it correctly, it would be shiny locked for the day still. It would be quite interesting. Probably frustrating as well, but it could be a thing. Or what if they make a Pokemon game that every single day there would be more and more Pokemons to be shiny locked up until there is no shiny Pokemon anymore. And then like start to do it in reverse. Start adding Pokemon back to be shiny. What if interesting scenarios indeed could be happening. Interesting indeed. So I will say one thing that I have never understood in all the Pokemon games was the trade-only Pokemons. Specifically the ones that you know you can do only once in a story or once in a playthrough. Like, I understand like some Pokemon are rare, but at the same time, what is the point to be saying that Farfetch is a Kanto Pokemon if the only way to get it is through a trade? Like, it is very unfortunate. Like, that is the case indeed. Because honestly, there was quite a good amount of them on the first generation, especially, or the Kanto games, I guess. That's good that they didn't really like to continue it. They did make like the in-game trade Pokemon to be useful in other ways. Like, I'm pretty sure on Generation 3 Hoenn games, it was the thing that every single trade would actually be captured. Don't be captured, please. No. Now you're in my Pokédex, I guess. No. Go to the box. I'm going to capture you. How mean of you, go away from there. How dare they be easily captured? Interesting things indeed. Oh. I'm surprised it was that easy to capture though. I know I have the... No, I should... Anyways. This is unfortunate that it's no longer gonna be a boosted spawn in here though. It is indeed quite unfortunate. I mean, I probably will be just exiting out of the game this time because I honestly quite want you to be still be a possibility to be a boosted spawn. But yeah, do what it do be. I know it's a low level Pokemon, it's pretty good catch rate, but still, she... I mean, the only way that it's gonna be staying there if I find something in here. That'll be the only way indeed. I want you to be having the possibility, even though it's gonna be, as I said, probably random then next time that I open up the game. Hello, Minchino. Yep, good amount of progress today. gonna be like 5 hours and 15 minutes of hunting at max. Getting 800 in that, not too bad. Not that lucky today. Some days are more efficient anyways than others, and it's, you know, completely fine. Progress is progress at the end of the day. Always love to see it, indeed. Always love to see it. Progress to be. Thankfully, the resetting the game doesn't really do anything at all, because it's not like I will be having... Yeah, the game doesn't say when you do things. Because it's not like I don't have over 1,000 Farfetch'd KO'd anyways. It's not like that at all. It's so interesting that it did want to be captured so easily. Don't usually do that. Usually break out at least one Pokeball, no matter like pretty much what it is. If it's not a critical capture, which I still think that they shouldn't be able to be able to break out of it. I think that is being very mean. You're getting the low chance of getting a critical capture, and then it's gonna be breaking out anyways. Very mean. Very, very mean indeed. Oh, dare they do that. I sometimes honestly don't get why some people are so upset when critical captures don't work. Surely, as I said, it is frustrating, but it is still a very good possibility. Swap off it now there. No. Okay, yeah, it doesn't change. Yeah. But, yeah. I would wish, indeed. That wasn't the case. I also would wish Sea Punch Farfetch'd. And I guess the only thing that it really does is to make the Pokemon to be having full power points, but like, it's not the end of the world. We might be getting closer to 100 today. And to seeing with Farfetch'd. Because I mean, at least like with that you're like you're closer to 90 after the EEST are done, which is now. Are you? No, you're close on 85-ish. But still, not too bad. Not too bad at all. More Swirlix. Like to be there, I see. Honestly, completely understandable. Completely understandable indeed. They like to be in groups. I still like the idea that, you know, Pokemons can appear in groups. I think it, you know, makes sense. As I said, that is like, I don't think that I have specifically said it, but talked about these kind of things before, but it has been a thing in, like, that has been quite on and off, like, is it a thing or not? You know? Like, it is quite a thing. It's indeed in Pokemon games. But at the same time, it's not as clear in every game. And yeah, of course, like, it's a nice feature that, you know, Pokemons can be appearing in groups. Maybe not that many Pokemon should be that do in Scarlet and Violet, but it's still a nice feature though. They could be appearing maybe a little less, but still, like, it's a nice feature because, like, why honestly wouldn't they be? You know, there's quite a good amount of animals that do be in groups. So it makes sense that, you know, there would be Pokemons that tend to appear in groups as well. So soon we're gonna be going ahead and looking for the Farfetch'd, indeed. A little under 10 away, and then we'll be doing that indeed. As usual, I like to at least end with the target. Starting with it as well would be nice, but it's not always possible, you know. So many Wobbuffets, it's insane. There's 4 Wobbuffets there, or was, I don't know if the one that did disappear, did he, like, actually despawn there or not, because sometimes they might be appearing there even though they haven't completely disappeared. They might reappear if you go closer. How long is there gonna be something spawning in here before I need to move? It's been quite some time with this only like one batch here. I would kind of wish to switch into the next one. But as long as you keep giving me the dudes, I'll stay here. As long as you do that, indeed. Still more? No. At least, I think I will be encountering all these stuff. We'll see if something of a Farfetch would be appearing. If not, then I will be need to moving to see where I can find one. Because I like to give a little wiggle room, because you never know if there will be, you know, ones that have aura around them. Of course, you've gotta check those dudes out. But yeah, we shall see. If there's not gonna be such a thing as Farfetch'd, then unfortunately these dudes are not gonna be checked. If there is, then yes. Okay, yes is the answer. So let's see what is gonna be the second last Pokemon though. It's gonna be another Stuffle, or it's gonna be a Minccino. Maybe Minccino instead? Not a Stuffle, or is it a Minccino? Minccino. You know what? I have been encountering so many of Stuffles. I'm gonna encounter the Minccino instead. The very last encounter. 800 for the day. Big numbers. And a regular looking Farfetch'd. But yeah. Thank you so much for watching and sticking around. As I've been saying, tomorrow we'll be doing the Alpha Good Drum. Getting some encounters there done indeed. But have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today. And remember to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow. Until then, bye!